All right, we are going over 24 hours without a win on Elden Ring. This is crazy. This is beyond crazy, man. Yo, all of us down is crazy. Crazy work. All of us down is crazy work, y'all. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh, come on. Yo, you gotta be kidding me. There you go. My boy. Yes. Nah, check. I haven't checked. I changed the title like you said.
What'd you change it to?
Elden Ring's Night Reign. 24 hours, not one win.
Oh, you started the second live stream because you still couldn't beat it?
It's my third live stream next. It's my,
Ha!
it's my third live
You
stream.
live streamed Saturday
Yeah.
and you changed the title?
No, I didn't change. I put title for this one. It's just a different title. See? No. I didn't change the appetite for this one. It's the different title.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's.
Green? Nah, probably not.
Definitely. How do I know? Because there would definitely be chat messages.
Yeah, I know. Maybe again. Remember, this is the No, I didn't change the appetite for this one. This is the lower account. It takes time to build up. You know. So. Any changes?
Huh?
I say, are you winning? Having a hard time too? See yourself? Huh? Solo? Is it multiplayer or you can choose multiplayer? Lower account. It takes time to build up.
What's that?
It's like stuff that helps you destroy people.
Really?
Yes. This the one. Oh, I couldn't even change! It didn't give me a chance to even change to my guy!
For what guy?
The monster. Solo? Is it multiplayer? It didn't give me a chance to change to my guy. I hit the...
I try to play.
Alright, in like 30 minutes. Now the blue is coming. The blue is coming.
What?
The blue right there, if you get stuck in the blue, it's like Fortnite. Go down. Yes, you'll see. I just see it.
You don't have a bow?
I do, but I need to run because the blue is coming. See my energy now already? One thing is, I just figured out I can use these things to get energy. I didn't know that before.
What?
The little potions.
Yeah, when I was trying to play, I saw people starting to get behind.
Yeah, I'm level 1 because I got like done. Yep, because you lose a level every time you die. Well, not, yeah. Every time you die, you lose a level, something like that. It's crazy. No, man, I was actually trying to follow my guys to go, they ran away. I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, behind me right there. Level 1 is crazy. That wasn't even the main one? Come on, son! What in the world? Yeah. Number two, baby. Nope, no number two. I can't even hit him? My team is good. My team is good. Really good. Well, not really good. No, they're not really good. I was here, but they picked me up, and I was able to keep hitting with it. They picked me up, and I have level 1. Huh? Amy? You said all doing more what? Oh, because this the strongest weapon that I can have. It's one of the it's small bosses. Each boss is a boss for every day, but I mean, there's small bosses. Then there's a boss every day you have to beat to go to the next day. And then there's the big boss which I haven't beat yet. At least I shouldn't be level 1 anymore. Level 4. I guess he wasn't nice to him. I feel like when you're in that monster mode, you should be. It's a special, so you should be pretty much lost another level. Unbeatable. That's crazy, B. I ain't gonna cap. That is crazy. That is crazy. I feel like if I go by myself in this game, I can pretty much get better. Upgrades. Why do y'all guys don't make the big guy?
It's not looking too good, fam. Hello, welcome back to the channel. My name is Kat, and today I got my financial advisor t-shirt on because we're going to be talking about money and homeownership, because I'm giving you a full cost breakdown of what it really costs to own my Vancouver one-bedroom condo. I bought a which is such an intense $3,000. So I bought this place back in 2022. $3,000. This place, I think it's one of the nothing of lasting. It's super you get 10% in Vancouver. That means you have to pay for mortgage insurance, and we're not going to get into that today. So just know that you should be paying 20% down if you can. Here are some hidden fees to when you buy the property. First off, you charge something called property transfer tax, or PTT. This came close to 11 grand. Basically, in British Columbia, there is a tax when you transfer titles from the person who is previously on the land title to your name. So that's great in British Columbia. Why are you doing this? And then we would use it to wrap up the contract and whatnot. And that totaled around $1,700. In total, buying cost was closer to $655,000. The amortization was 25 years. I bought it at a variable interest rate of prime -1, which means that for most of 2023 and 2024, I was paying around 6% interest. My monthly interest plus principal payments came close to $3,200 per month. But wait, it doesn't stop there. You also have to pay condo fees, or like the Americans like to call it, HOAs or HOAs. I don't know how to say it. Basically pay a certain amount of money each month so that they can keep, you know, the roads salted, the lawn clean, the water fixtures impeccable. This amount only goes up when the building gets older. So for my 600 square foot little unit, I paid $320 per month. Think about it, $300 per month for condo fees until forever is kind of a lot. At that amount, I would shovel my own driveway, if you know what I'm saying. Home insurance was about $55 a month, and property tax was about $200 a month. In total, my monthly payment came to around $3,800 per month. Isn't that just delightful? I didn't even factor in the fact that I had to replace my heat pump, which cost 10 grand. Why is such an expensive thing only have a 1-year warranty? I could literally get a toaster for more warranty than that. Okay, so costs to sell it. So I sold this place for $600,000. When you want to sell, you have to go to your bank and tell them, hey, I'm looking to break this mortgage. And the bank goes, okay, you just have to pay a fee. So my fee to the bank was $7,000 to break this mortgage. This is the biggest expense that I did not know. It's totally something that I should have taken into account, but I, for some reason, did not. You have to pay for your buyer's fee as well as your realtor. I didn't know that. But yeah, so buyer's fee cost me 8 grand. My buyer's realtor cost me 13 grand. Together, cost me 22 grand in total. So, yeah, you should be making deals with your realtor and being like, hey, give me some of that 8 grand. Unfortunately, my realtor is a pit bull and he just will not do that. So I suggest finding realtors that would do that for you. Anyways, so if you deduct like the 30K from the closing costs to sell, you put my sell price closer to 570. So in total, if you're including all these sunk costs, I bought 655, I sold at 570. I have lost a total of 85 grand. Hello, it is me from the next day. A mental breakdown after I recorded that last bit. But if you want to know how I'm doing, actually, mentally, I will say that despite the huge loss, I actually feel pretty grateful and lucky that I could even get a sale in this market. If you guys know about the condo market right now in Vancouver, a lot of sellers are taking massive hits. So I honestly feel like I won. Another thing is that if you guys know me in real life, you know that I am actually doing okay. I'm laughing it off. Yes, I am very privileged to be able to say that I am doing okay and doing fine. Honestly, the way that I see it is that sometimes you just don't know and you can't predict the future. So I bought this place not really as an investment. It was basically a place that I was going to settle down in and call my own for a good while. I had no idea that I was going to be in a different country in the next year, let alone switching careers completely within the next 3 years. So I did not account or would have known that that was going to happen. And sometimes life happens like that, and I could either, cry about my loss and feel like sad about it, or I could take it as a learning opportunity and move forward, because even though it was an expensive lesson to be learned, I still learned what it was like to go through the motions of purchasing a home and being a landlord, renting out, and all that kind of stuff. I'm really not beating myself up over it. Yeah, I'm very glad to be alive and kicking, and all I can do is honestly just make use of it by sharing content like this with you, and I kind of hope that you did find this valuable, or if you are a young person and looking to purchase a home, that you could find some of this information relatable. I want to say a huge thank you for clicking on this video. I don't usually ask this, but I feel like it's probably appropriate in this video. But if you feel like supporting me, there is the super thanks button feature on YouTube down below, and if you would like to donate any amount, that would be super cool. I promise I will not be investing it back into a property. So yeah, thank you. Just watching this is already supporting me, as well as your likes, subscriptions, or if you had any questions, you can leave them down in the comments. I will be happy to answer. Yeah, once again, thank you so much for your support. It actually means a lot to me. And yeah, here's to the future. Sorry, I don't... Cheers. Alright, I will see you guys later. Peace. Bye.
What's up, guys? It's Graham here. So the other day, one of my posts on LinkedIn went somewhat viral on Reddit, where I said, if you were to buy $1 million home, you would have to put $200,000 down, take on a mortgage of $5,600 a month, pay another $1,000 a month in property taxes, insurance, and maintenance, for a grand total of $6,600 a month. Or you could just rent an identical home for $3,900. I honestly had no idea how controversial saying something like this would be, so I reposted it on Instagram, and I got a very similar response. Like, you didn't consider rent inflation over time. Like, you'll get a house a deal. Well, you'll get nothing renting. $1 million house appreciates $30,000 a year and a half. No way can you rent $1 million house for that little.
Yeah, right after this, bro.
So today I'm going to defend myself and show you with proof that renting in today's market can objectively be more profitable than buying a house. Because yes, you can indeed rent a $1 million house for $3,900 a month. The disparity between buying and renting has never been
Ghosts
right
or
now.
Rembrandts, the
If
ghosts.
you hear me out, you'll actually agree with what I have to say, because there's a lot of misinformation floating around on the internet. Although before we start, as usual, if you appreciate information like this, all I ask in return is that you hit the like button or subscribe, because it helps out the channel tremendously. And as a thank you for doing that,
I have ghost
I'll do my
arrows.
best to
I guess.
respond to as many of your comments as
No, I
possible. So thank you guys so much, and also big thank you to NIGHTREIGN for sponsoring today's video, but more on that later. Alright, so first of all, let me preface this by saying that I understand why this concept makes some people upset. The average mortgage payment has nearly doubled in the last 4 years, housing affordability is near its lowest level ever in history, and the average income needed to afford the median-priced home is now $114,000 a year. After all, imagine paying $2,000 a month in rent with nothing to show for it, while your landlord gets to enjoy all the benefits of something that should be a basic human right, shelter. But at today's levels, if you dig deeper, you'll begin to realize that at today's prices, buying makes a lot less sense than it used to. And to break that down, just consider this. Overall, I found that there's this general belief that renting is always throwing away money, and buying a house is always a good investment. And even though there certainly can be truth to the statements, it's not the entire picture. So to give you a deeper understanding of exactly what's involved, let's begin with buying a house. On the surface, most people just take a look at the basic cost of a mortgage, compare it with the cost of renting, and then they think to themselves, owning is better, because for a little bit more money, I'll get to call it mine. My cost is fixed, and after 30 years, I'll get to own it outright. But as you're about to see, that's not entirely accurate. That's because first, you're going to have to consider your down payment. Now, even though some companies like Rocket Mortgage and Zillow offer 1% down payment options, in most cases, lenders require that you put down anywhere between 10 to 20% of the purchase price to get approved for the loan, which could often amount to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars that's completely inaccessible until you sell. Second, you also have to consider the mortgage interest rate. This is going to be your cost of borrowing. And unfortunately, for buyers, that cost is the highest it's been in more than 25 years, at just over 7%. This means that each and every year, 7% of your loan balance just goes poof, straight into the abyss of monetary policy. And that adds up. To make matters worse, third, if you put down less than 20% on a property, you're also probably going to have to pay for PMI. This stands for private mortgage insurance, and it's an extra cost on top of your interest rate that you pay to the lender to protect them in the event you stop making your payments. This cost varies, but it usually ranges anywhere between 1% to 2% of your mortgage balance each and every year. From there, though, fourth, you can't forget about property taxes. The thing is, with this, even if your property is completely paid off, property taxes are unavoidable. It's usually based on your home's assessed value reappraised each and every year. In terms of how much this adds up to, it usually ranges anywhere between 0.3% if you're in Hawaii to as high as 2.5% if you're in New Jersey, which again usually amounts to several $1,000s a year, and it typically gets more expensive over time. After that, if you thought we were done, nope. If you have a mortgage, they also require that you have insurance. In this case, the amount that you pay is based on your home's replacement value, likelihood of a claim, and your home's location. And according to Bankrate, the average homeowner pays $1,428 a year for a $250,000 home. But when 66% of homes are said to be underinsured, expect that you'll pay more like $2,200 a year for the proper policy. And just like property taxes, these amounts are also going up over time. And lastly, though, there's also repairs and maintenance. That's because nearly everything in your property has a lifespan. For example, roofs need to be replaced every 20 years, usually to the tune of $12,000 to $15,000. Your water heater needs to be replaced every 10 years, and that's $2,000. Tiles will break, faucets will leak, and over the long term, it's generally recommended that you budget about 1% of your property's value each and every year to just things that come up that will need to be fixed. So with all of that information out of the way, here's
Almost
how much
all of them?
it's actually going to cost you to buy the average home in America, and whether or not you're secretly getting ripped off. To start, let's take the example of buying a $400,000 home. because at 10% down, you would be out of pocket $40,000. You would then be receiving a loan for $360,000, which at a 7% interest rate brings your monthly payments to $2,400 a month. If you pay PMI, by the way, that'll be an extra $150 a month on the low end. From there, you're going to have property taxes, an average of 1.15% a year, or $383 a month. Insurance is probably going to cost you about $200 a month. And if we assume you spend about 1% of the property's value each and every year in repairs and maintenance, that's an additional $330 a month. This brings your total out-of-pocket cost on the average home here in the United States at $3,463 a month with $40,000 down. And finally, if you'd like to take this a step further, that $40,000 down payment could be earning a 5% return in a high-yield savings account, meaning you'd be missing out on an extra $166 a month in income, bringing your total out-of-pocket cost to own a $400,000 home to $3,629 a month. In a location like Nashville, that means you could buy a place like this, or this, or this. Or you could just rent a similar home for $2,100 a month, which is $1,500 a month less, without tying up $40,000 as a down payment, and without locking yourself into a property that costs you 5 to 6% to sell. Now, I get it. I'm sure it's around this point in the video that somebody is going to say, but man, you're an idiot, because with renting, you're making your landlord rich and you're left with nothing. But if you buy it, you're going to own the home after 30 years and then you pay nothing. And sure, that is true. But remember, in the first year of paying down your mortgage, you'll have only gained about $3,656 in principal, or $304 a month, which is way less than you would have saved just by renting. In fact, you really don't start to see any mortgage savings over renting until about year 20, at which point it starts to become a break-even. Like, just consider this. Option 1 is that you could buy a house for $3,643 a month, tie up $40,000 as a down payment, and slowly pay off the mortgage over time. Or option 2 is that you can rent a house for $2,100 a month, invest $40,000 in the market, and continue saving and investing $1,500 a month from the money that you're saving by renting. At that point, assuming you'd be able to generate a 7% return in the stock market over 15 years, that savings will have amounted to over $600,000 in cash, which would likely be enough to buy a home outright in cash. Without any disruptions. This is something that I have spent years working on, trying just about every option, silencing notifications, music, getting distraction possible. And so, a few months ago, Jim said it sent me a few samples through activity on a basis. I can take special gear and it's sort of been maybe clarity and less stress. It also has a percentage for daily vitamin. I also really like sleep pills. It needs insurance. And it's also not feeling deep, so you can drink it and you don't have to worry about falling asleep that night. In my case, I used to drink one of these analyze certain sections of the video. Pepper and done. Not to mention, it tastes really good. It's easy to share. Studies which study if you bring in the strategy so if you're interested, the link is down below. And it said, let's go back to the public generally appreciate my teams over the years. Appreciation. It's their very
It's crazy. How much little damage we're doing to him. It's just like a middle manager boss. All that's right off.
So given how simple this calculation is, that then begs the question, can you rent a $400,000 house for less than it would cost to own
No.
$1,649 a month? Well, going into this chart here, the answer is yes. At today's prices, renting is now cheaper than buying in 10 major U.S. cities. Let's show you some real examples. Take a look at this. Here's an 1,115 square foot home in Las Vegas asking $400,000. Or you can rent a much bigger home nearby. Situations does buying a home financially make any sense right now? And what do I say to the comments that you still use the money? For the board that you at least pay some of the loan back in interest. Well, here's the issue. The African American stays in their house for only 13 years.
Yeah. You get time for what is, huh? It's one more. The next boss is the boss that after the next boss, then it's the hard boss. I usually die at. I usually die at. Because if you say always, then you're just planning for the future. So usually means it's happened a lot. Always means it right. Right, but one of these times I'm gonna beat him. Yes. We'll see. I like to predict.
$147,000 left over as profit. However, since you're required to continue making his average mortgage payments $2,500 a month, plus property taxes.
Nah, but I have teammates who are willing to work together. I'll get to this, right? $338,038 a month on average. Say you own that house.
they are making some general assumptions that the real estate market is going to be going up over the next decade, and that you don't have any unforeseen repairs or maintenance. But that also means that unless you plan to keep your home for at least 10 to 15 years, at today's price, renting is the cheaper option. Although, just like our last examples, it still doesn't end quite there. Unfortunately, buying a home is not a black and white decision, since there's so many variables outside of our control, like interest rates, insurance rates, cost of building, property tax increases, rent increases, and inventory. But across a wide spectrum, this has been my experience when renting is better. First, if you don't intend to stay in your home for at least 10 to 13 years, rents need to be cheap. That's because you're not going to have to come out of pocket for closing costs, escrow charges, title fees, and commissions that quickly begin to add up. You're not going to have to pay a 7% interest rate on your mortgage balance, and you're not going to have to lock yourself into a single property. Second, renting is also better if you could earn a higher return from your down payment. For example, if you're running a business where tying up $40,000 results in 6 days in less than competes against mine, will also include a 50% support for several you'd expect to create a stock. So we can get returns how stupid you get suited outside of this one makes it so stupid. And this is better. Better mistake. That's net prices. My beyond irons, my rent. This means even it's the next day. Also better. Being able to say it's rules. This one is a bit harder to quantify for the sense of freedoms. But this is control rights not being at the beck and call of the land. To be honest, as someone who's worked full-time in real estate since 2008 and owns multiple properties, there is something to be said about the fact that a mortgage forces you to save for making payments. For many people, extra money is spent not saving for payments under the circumstances buying properties on the other hand, though, here are the numbers this online has provided out the paper. It's more diverse one. All this line made a lot of sense. Inventory was today, with such a massive disparity between buying and renting, I still don't like anything that makes any financial sense to purchase. Unless you're looking for a primary residence that you would be for a very long time. The ownership side, I'm very much not shocked at how much my home expenses have gone up in these last few years. Not gone up in price. Everything else, on the other hand, is like property taxes, I'm paying 15% more. Insurance, I'm paying 25% more. And labor, repairs, and maintenance, I'm paying 50% more across the board. Now, sure, rent's also somewhat gone up, but when I look at the numbers and I compare a house to rent versus a house to buy, if I were to move anywhere in the next few years, I'd probably just end up renting it in the same one. The issue I see today is that you have a lot of homeowners out there with very low monthly payments because they happen to lock in a very low interest rate mortgage. Those homeowners easily afford to rent their properties out at this discount because even if they break even, and it's better than giving up a low interest rate mortgage by selling. That's why in my original post, this hypothetical owner would only It's $2,700 a month if they bought it at today's prices. But if you've only owned it for a few years, they're probably still making out with a pretty decent profit. That's why I don't want this video to be taken the wrong way. Because under the right circumstances, buying still has a lot of advantages, and it makes sense. But let's just sort of right now is a profit for a 10 years. There's a lot of advantages, and saving money there it runs with a better financial outcome. A great way to calculate this is with the New York Times buy versus rent calculator. It used to be free, now for it, so I would pay for it just so I can use this as an example. Consider this. Let's say you're looking to buy a $550,000 house that would cost $2,500 a month in rent. If you plan to stay there for 13 years, 7.5% mortgage, 10% down payment, 3% appreciation, 5% rent return, 8% investment returns, 3% inflation rate, you might end up saving you $159,000 for that time frame. Believe it or not, in this circumstance, I doesn't great. Until you're 59, and then it's until you're 37, you see any substantial savings. And interest rates are over the house, and starts to save you a substantial amount of money as well. The equation that meets the elements. That said, thank you so much. As always, feel free to hit the like button, subscribe, and until next.
to a loose. What the heck? All right, Xavier. Come on. All right. Yeah, let's go. Exactly. All right. So you go to the table.
Okay.
Press find.
Oh.
Press X.
Huh?
X.
Okay.
Press X. I back up. Now, when the thing come up, you're gonna use this part right here to select your character you want. It's gonna come up. It's gonna say 3. When it matches up, you're gonna press this.
I recommend some content to watch. To do a voice search,
I didn't do anything.
hold down the mic button while speaking.
Pop. Go up.
Because you're not gonna be able to choose a character.
What? What character?
Come on.
What character is it gonna give me?
I'll give you a character that you picked already. I picked the archer. But you can try it again after that. Archer.
I'm not good at aiming.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They have
Auto shoot.
Come on, controllers are so slow. Auto aim.
That's basically aimbot, but
It's not slow. This is great. Stop.
you got backwards. Wait, so the live stream isn't even going anymore?
No, it's still going. Just see.
You just can't see.
Right.
Oh. If anybody's watching this, I bet everybody would like type what happened.
What are you doing? Why is it? There you go.
I
Alright, so I know. Alright, so you have this is your shoot right here. Shoot with this. Aim with you press this down to aim, or this down to aim. You press the left trigger to move. You can use to just play around with it.
I'm lucky there's no
You have
ball.
unlimited arrows. You hold it long for a long minute and shoot them. Copy always better for you.
Yeah. Well, I can't even see that.
Your eyes okay?
Yeah. It's just. Just figure out what's. No, I can see it, but I'm just figuring out what spot's most comfortable and I can see. So I just have the archers.
Right. Back.
Wait, are they on our team?
Brother, press
Nope.
Back up. They're not. Is this a limit? Look, see?
Yeah,
You press this down. Wait. Alright, you press this the right one down. You see aim right here?
Okay. Yeah.
That's the fast one. Ooh. Alright.
I can shoot 2 arrows at the same time.
You can do 3 arrows. So you just tap it. Tap the X button. The X button, you can tap it. R2 button. You tap it. Or if you hold on for a long time, you shoot.
That's a crossbow, not a.
That's an arrow. And you pick stuff up with triangle. It's good.
Okay.
You pick stuff up with triangle.
Share it with me.
It's not as comfortable with yours.
No.
You sit back. So you gotta break the shield, you gotta hold the button down a little bit. Bam! Sometimes it's the engine.
Wait till we get back.
This is good setup right here. It's a good team. I mean, I don't know how they play him, team, but the wise two archers and the lady who bring you back to the dead. That's the lady. When she kills somebody, they come to help you out fight.
Oh.
You see that? Right there.
When she kills somebody?
Yeah, when she kills somebody.
Necromancer, actually.
Right, yeah. Watch out, it's gonna be a demon down there. Where she's going. Go in there. If you gotta hit the demon with the water.
A boss demon? Okay, yeah, our team's good. And I just leveled up. Yeah. I defeated the demon boss. Thanks.
Change button.
I know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the change button. Right up there. Where you take me that up there. Upstairs. By the people.
What's this?
That's fine. You may pick which weapon you want.
Cleveland. Now it's switch between Cleveland.
Equipment. You get this button right here.
Yeah, I know.
Press X.
And I equipped it.
No, you ain't equipped it yet. Go back.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not equipping it yet.
No, but you can have two. You got two weapons. One on the left hand, one on the right hand. So you can equip that on the left hand.
Oh.
So you press this button right here. Right. Press this button right here. Well, press over to the cleaver. Press X, and then you put down here. And now you can run.
No, I'm good. Where are the teammates? Yeah, I'm gonna choose a different character. Yeah. Huh?
You can only choose one character when the whole team dies.
Do I have to watch?
No, you pop back up, see?
Oh.
Once you die, you can hold. Let me guess, the blue thing caught you?
Yeah.
I think it caught me for the first time, too.
It slowly takes away your health.
Mm-hmm. Just like in the
Fortnite.
Fortnite, yep.
Slowly takes away your health until you die.
Fast in Fortnite.
Yeah, it just keeps taking away your health. Now I'm fighting the ancient hero or something. Hey, I'm gonna pick the necromancer class.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't got her yet.
Well, it looks like a really good class. I'm gonna pick it. I'm gonna try and get the class.
Woo! Let's roll! Got him.
I know that.
Got them jelly beans.
Nah, I think they're on our team.
You're right. They're trying to. Full power bow. Let's do a pack of 10 power. You got me low, hold on. That's too long. You didn't get it. Yeah, go back. Go back to that thing. The triangle. Go back there. There you go. Like that.
Oh, team.
Look to your left, or you got time to walk? Rocks there. Right side. Yeah, right there.
And I'm lucky there. If there was no fall damage, then
Oh man. If there was falling.
if there was fall damage, then yeah, those would be basically impossible.
No. Right here.
Where it went here?
All the way up. Just come. Come on. Come on. Up there. Right in front of you. Walk through the wall. Up that wall.
See? I told you how fast the blue kills you.
It's really fast.
Kills you in about maybe 2 seconds.
It's like Fortnite, but 10 times fast.
Kills you in about 2 seconds for me.
I mean, you can heal up, but you wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have made it. So what is the characters you have?
Well, it came with 5 characters, and I found the 6th one.
What's the 6th character?
The fencing guy or girl. I can show you. Wrong way.
Nope. Yeah, if there was fall damage, this would be basically impossible. And the blue comes in so fast. Not like the Fortnite, it don't stop.
It's stop, but it took down the book. And when your friends kills, you get more. See all that stuff coming to you?
Huh?
That's the experience when your friends getting killed. Continue.
I don't think I'll be. Oh, my teammates are right there.
Yep, found.
Solman Bubbles. So lovely. Team. We're fighting.
Oh, you press a square in one hand. One time. There you go. Okay, too close. If you hold triangle and press R2, you shoot. You gotta look at you. Make sure you look at it. Hold triangle, press R2. Woo!
How long until that
See the
regenerates?
little circle on the right hand side building up?
Uh-huh.
And that's full. That's when it's free category. So go in that circle. To the right. Out. And
Wait, where? The little circle in the way. Oh!
look out. Fill up. Stop. Oh, you're gonna keep them far. Let me get that one. Run. Fill up.
My energy's low.
Fill up.
Do you think anybody's gonna help me?
Run.
Yeah, they tried to get me. I'm not that good.
I wasn't that good either.
Huh? And I might have to respawn.
There's no respawn.
Huh?
There's no respawn. They have to be there and pick up the ball fight. Hit the guy around him. Hit the guy. No, turn, hit the guy. Hit him. Again. Run. See how you picked him up?
How are we both archers at the same time?
Woo!
How do I okay. Oh. So
Aim with your butt.
I got it. I'm just trying to do something.
I
I was just trying to do my super.
Yeah, you're trying to build up here. Run.
Nobody's behind me.
You're looking at you. You're looking at you.
So if I die, what happens?
It's down until they finish. It'll pick you up. But it's harder to pick you up with time. Like, the other person is down, and you got two bubbles.
If all of us dies, then that's it.
Yep. Other person down, got 2 bubbles. You got 3. Very hard to pick up with 3.
When I have 3 bubbles, it takes way more hits to revive me.
And if you don't, if you stop picking it, it goes back. Gotta flow. Shoot. Yeah. Fill up. Where you get from? Yellow man. Come out. Yeah.
So I'm trying to get away.
And a problem.
One of our teammates.
Run away. Yeah. Look. Shoot. Oh.
I was trying to do my super. Trying to hold triangle. That's hard too. And our final teammates are really low health. See how low health our teammate is? Hey, but at least I could change my character. You could choose how many people you play with?
It's always 3.
Well, how do I change my character?
I'm gonna show you.
Alright,
No. Yeah. Let me show you. Look at the screen.
okay,
Go back to the table. Press the triangle button.
okay,
Press X.
okay.
Press X. Okay. Now wait for a little bit. When the match is gonna show you. Don't press anything. Don't press anything.
Yeah. Why is it taking so long? Why does it take so long to make a mess? Like hours.
Yeah, sometimes it's just
Does it take so
There you
long?
There you go. It's match. Now look. You're ready to look. Face up. You're ready to push the left controller. Hold the controller. You have to push. Use the direction pad and pick one. And then you're ready. Press X twice. The green one is the archer.
What's this one?
The one that's really fast. Always
What's this one?
That's the witch in the fight through.
Then I'll take archer.
Huh?
It's orange. When we press exit, let's go, right? Right. What's so hard about the, like...
Once the max when you ready up.
No, you can collect magic from chests. What are you doing?
People see the same.
Yeah, I have no idea how to play this character.
Okay.
I don't got no normal weapons. How am I supposed to? Like, I had a bad. I'm definitely gonna pick a different character.
Game over, you gotta wait till the end of the match. Like the team keeps playing.
Wait, our team keeps playing till what?
Until the end, to get the boss. When the boss will be the end of the game.
The boss at the end of the game?
Yes, last time. The boss.
Yeah, we're not happy. None of us. How am I supposed to fight with no magic? Bro, my team's so bad, we can't even find one chest. Yeah, I don't think I'll be good at this. Somebody already died. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got a different weapon. Yeah, my team's dead. My team is slack. See, I just found more magics. Maybe found on the floor. Yeah, our team's not good. Our team's worse than worse.
Because you're fighting the guy who's really more powerful.
We're fighting a guy who's way more powerful than all of us. If they're more powerful than all of us, how are we supposed to fight them? Yeah, we all die. Like a doodle. Yikes. 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 So we're supposed to keep fighting this boss until we beat it?
No, that's not the fight, that's a boss. See, the thing about the game is that if you don't like that boss, then you get difficult. There's another boss.
Which boss? Of course the bosses after this are gonna be more difficult. They're a whole different boss.
All different bosses.
They're gonna be more difficult, right? Huh? I didn't choose it. But it was also out of one vote.
No, you don't have to fight. Like, even if, guys are fighting, you can go fight other stuff, but you do that most.
I'm gonna let him handle it. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight that boss. So, the magic wand, it relies on the energy and some stuff out of chest.
Oh!
Ow! I couldn't find. I only found a bit of magic in a couple chests, so I hate this chest. Wait, so if we die on this boss, we. Huh? How many bosses do we need to fight? We are not good at this thing. I changed my weapons in the slow corner. Never mind, I couldn't. I was thinking of changing my weapons. My weapon. You died. Yep, I died. I died again. Yeah, I'm finished playing.
Can't never say can't. Just gotta learn.
No, the wizards are really bad. But
I can't quit because you can't quit when you're playing the game or put you in a bad lobby or the cherries.
yeah, I got the worst players, the worst person. How am I supposed to play with him? I was good at the arch stuff. He's better than this.
Bosses, the assistants, the higher ranking people in the conspiracy.
To a very particular standard of what you are accustomed to racketeering looking like. Maybe here, in a traditional mafia, Goodfellas style enterprise. I think Nancy hit it on the head. There's kind of two levels of this operation. Sean Combs, the Emperor King Almighty himself, and minions, straight minions. He doesn't have a five-pronged tier system like some of the more sophisticated organizations I think you're referencing.
The people who get immunity for doing this are people who normally are the lieutenants, the underbosses, the assistants, the higher-ranking people in the conspiracy.
Joe, I think Joe, to a very particular standard of what you are accustomed to racketeering looking like. Maybe here, you know, in a traditional mafia Goodfellas style enterprise. I think Nancy hit it on the head. There's kind of two levels of this operation. Sean Combs, the Emperor King Almighty himself, and minions, straight minions. He doesn't have a five-pronged tier system like some of the more sophisticated organizations I think you're referencing.
The people who get immunity for doing this are people who normally are the lieutenants, the underbosses, the assistants, the higher-ranking people in the conspiracy. There is no exactly the assistants. Like they want him, like the people who get immunity for doing this are people who the people.
How do you get more magic on Elden Rings? Oh, you gotta learn new spells.
GamersTrove.com. Hey, today we're going to go over where to learn new spells for both faith and intelligence users in Elden Ring. What?
You gotta learn new spells and all this other stuff.
That's all.
So noodles or Cheerios?
Huh?
Noodles, Cheerios, dinner. Okay. Oh man, Thursday. You got to think Thursday, man. You figure out what outfit you gonna wear? Figure out what you gonna wear? What you gonna wear for Thursday? Oh no, you gotta wear your school uniform, your gym uniform, right? You're right. It's a better angle, but I don't know. This chair's kind of old. Not really, but I feel like this chair just feel like the chair like has like a needs more cushion. Yeah, I went back to the sniper. I mean, archer. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6? Something that's 6, like 7.
The classes you have in the
Right. That was like 7. It's like 7, probably. Yeah, it's probably like 7. Class 7.
You unlocked 6.
I think the king was like I gotta get the king with 5. I unlocked 1. There's one more. Yeah. Hold on. Come on, man. Yo, where's my team at, bro? My team is not even here attacking the guy.
Eventually, the music has to stop.
The housing market is flashing red.
We're at a standstill. They can't even sell to break even all these newer buildings right now.
Homes for sale in the U.S. surging to 500,000.
The loan is due. What are we going to do?
How are you finding good deals right now?
I'm looking every day and I'm lowballing, baby.
How do you lowball them without offending the seller?
There's no offending in business. I'll sell Jimmy Hart to get that house. You wake up in the morning, what the f are you going to do? That's the question. You gotta be a machine.
Have you noticed
Bless
the
you.
effects on the housing market?
Hey, Texas in here, big boys.
Tariffs, the tariffs, the tariffs.
Tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary.
What do you think are the biggest opportunities right now, speaking of timing?
I mean, opportunity's always out there. You gotta look for it, and you gotta be persistent. I love it. I just absolutely love it. If somebody was a genius, they could figure out what you always...
Ben Mala, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour.
That's all you have to say.
I'm just thanking you for coming on the show.
But remember, this podcast is sponsored by Car Pool Tables, baby. You better get one. You put one in.
How much does this cost right here?
They start at about 20 grand, and then go up to maybe 50, depending on what you want.
And how much do you
Ford Mustang, 65 Mustang. You can get the 69 Camaro. This was a copy of the Indianapolis 500 Ace car that Mario Andretti won and was personally here and blessed it. And we do the 59 Corvette. And we do Shelby's. Yeah, signed by Shelby. Corey passed away. And we can make them any color you want on the felt. You can do any body paint you want.
Can you do a Ford GT?
Real bumper!
But not real wheels.
The wheels are real, but they're shrunken down. Okay, but the fenders are, the grill's real, the bumper's real, the headlights are real, the emblems are real, and they're licensed by Ford and GM.
And what's your affiliation with them?
Who?
With these pool
I
tables?
created it.
You created it in another company?
I'm the creator. I did it because I wanted one in my house. The short story, the long story is this. Everyone was about 3 years old. All right, I wanted to get him a Corvette. Why? Because I always wanted a Corvette when I was a kid. But no, I slept on the goddamn floor. Or in a bathtub. Can you imagine a little kid? I slept in a bathtub. Can you imagine growing up like that? When I was a little kid, nowhere to sleep, sleep in a bathtub. All right, yeah, it was a tiny little house. My father bought a little bungalow. You know what a summer bungalow is? Okay? And he bought it where he made us live in it all year round. The shower was a hose hooked up in the backyard until he built us a real bathroom finally. And that's the way we lived. And poor, white, but we were. The thing was, he wasn't poor. He could have done better. He wasn't rich. He was, a city worker. He made a salary, but he was the ultimate cheapskate. I told you about my father, didn't I? My father was the ultimate cheapskate. You know, you take 2-ply toilet paper and make 2 rolls out of it.
So would he save money then and invest that money, or what would he do with all of his excess money?
He did stash it away, you know, he put it away in like, you know, bonds and like that or whatever. He did just some way in some investments, but the point is he had no quality of life. His mentality was he grew up in the Depression and they want to hoard every penny they had, and even if they had a few extra bucks, they weren't going to spend it and make their family happy. They'd rather live with the ketchup bottles upside down, putting the water in it and shaking it up to get every drop of ketchup.
Sounds like me.
You do that, don't you?
He likes
But
to
you
shake
do
the
that
bottle.
laziness because you're too lazy to go buy those.
He just does it for the thrill of shaking the bottle.
Whatever turns them on. And, you know, so anyway, that was where we grew up.
You've also been very vocal about having $500 million in assets. I'm curious, you've now talked for a couple of years, and that number has stayed consistent through those couple of years. How is this process going? When you pay all of these taxes, how much is that affecting your net worth and your equity?
I mean, a lot of your profits are going to be going towards tax unless you can 1031. Well, as you know, or you probably don't know, for the past few years, there hasn't been a lot of opportunity in real estate. And that's life. It's a market. It's a cycle, you know? So what do? You just keep fine-tuning the stuff you got, you sell some stuff off, you know, and you do whatever you can do. But there hasn't been a lot of opportunity in the past few years.
Why not?
Because we're at a standstill. You know, everybody locked in a lot of low rates, and you know, prices went up, rents went up, and everything is just overpriced, and there's not a lot of action going on right now. I mean, you know, the institutions, they go out and they buy their 5 cap. Who the, I say, check, who the wants to own a 50 or $100 million asset and have all that responsibility, all that liability for a 5% return? And then, you know, and then you leverage it. It used to be you'd make money on the bank. Okay, but now you're not making money on the bank. The bank's, you're losing money. Because it used to be you borrow money at 4%, right? And if you had to say a 6% return, then you're making money on the bank. You're making a 2-point spread. You got that. So now you can't borrow money cheap. So you're not making money. I made a lot of money just using the bank's money. And now I can't do that because rates went up.
So why are prices coming down?
Well, because, you know, we live in a world now where they keep finding new tricks and, you know, they don't want people to hit the fan. Can you imagine if it was exposed to the market, which might be stock guys are smarter? Because, you know, if they really, really look into the bank is only worth what the loans are, correct? If the loans ain't worth what they loaned them on, you know what I mean? Then the bank ain't worth what it should be because the loans ain't worth what they should be. So what happens? The stock goes down. Just like when I lost that $1 million on that California bank with that preferred stock. The loans weren't worth, they were only worth 50 cents in a dollar. Well, then the bank's only worth 50 cents in a dollar. And eventually, if they hit such lows, then the bank just goes belly up.
So you think someone is going to forgive some of this?
Price goes to zero. Remember, you weren't around in 2008. We used to trade Citibank at $1.
What happened? It's worth a lot of money. You would have made a fortune buying $1.
It's a cycle, and you just got to ride the roller coaster.
Do you still predict, though, that when these loans come due, these people are going to have to sell their properties because they can't afford, they didn't price in paying 7% to borrow for these commercial properties? Do you still think this is happening and it's just delayed out?
It's happening every day. Every day, I'm seeing it more and more. There's a ton of market. But right now, we're at the point where they don't want to sell at a loss, okay, and they can't get their money back, okay, they can't even sell it at break-even openings right now. They can't. And now, they're going to have to eventually come to the point, or the bank's going to have to come to the point and say, okay, the loan is due, what are we going to do? We've been delaying, and we've been praying, and we've been doing all, you know, we can't do it. Eventually, the music has to stop. And you kind of has to get out of bed. Unless rates, you know, what they're basically praying is that rates are going to probably come down, and then these loans will be good again. And the property will be good, you know, and then you'll have cash flow. Okay, but right now, the new rates will be negative. Okay, because the floor is now a 7+. And you can't handle it.
And then who the hell wants to own real estate when you have no cash flow anyway? That's stupid.
Yeah. And for the average person who's interested in the real estate market, who should not buy a home?
If you can rent a property right now for less money, the equivalent property, than owning it, I would suggest you wait, okay, and just rent it. Now, by owning it, if it's a break even and the same, you might consider it, just like we were talking earlier, if you think there's going to be future appreciation in the value of the home. Then you say, okay, well, it doesn't matter whether I rent or own, but at least if I own, maybe prices will go up in homes, and I'll make some money there. So, everybody's got to, has their own risk tolerance, and, and you got to just decide what's best for you.
Do you think that people need to own a home anymore? Do you think that maybe it's this...
A home is personal. It's not business. So, it's like this house. This house is somewhat personal. It's business. Everything is business.
Yeah.
But, a home's only personal. Because you got kids, you got wives, you got 2 cars, you got all this food and all this. And it's a personal thing, so you're paying for the, the amenities, the pleasure of life, What's the point of working? You're not going to enjoy your life.
See, I almost think that this myth of homeownership is going to go the way of a college education, where people put it down your throat that you need a college degree. But I feel like there's that same sort of pressure for a lot of people that they feel like, I need to own a home, even though when I look at the prices of it, it doesn't make sense.
The masses of people, the middle income, okay, the middle income masses of people should buy a home because that's really their only way of giving themselves that extra protection down the road. It's a forced savings account. You keep paying down a mortgage. What happens in 20 years? You're sitting around with a house, it's going to be worth $500,000 or more, and you're not going to have a mortgage on it. So it's a good thing for people that have trouble saving money, and, look at the appreciation, of the house, and it makes sense for the average person, yes.
What do you think about the theories that home prices have peaked?
What? That's crazy.
We're having an aging population who's going to go into care facilities. There's going to be an influx of homes on the market, and our population's somewhat declining, and there's going to be less demand, maybe.
You see it go up, then you see it go down. You see it go up, you see it go down. You see it stable. They built and converted to BTR. Said, BTR is now built to rent. Because they couldn't sell them. It's true. I'll show you on my computer. They were on sale right now. The whole thing. You buy the home? development of houses.
So they're having trouble selling these houses. Why were they having trouble? Is it just like the rates?
It's just rates. The same guy that used to. See, the point is, when they, it takes years and years for them to go out, find the land, secure the land, get all the improvements done, the roads, the power, the water, all of it. It takes years to put all that together. You build, like, say, 100, 200 homes. So when they did it, rates were low. That type of financing, you typically, to my knowledge, don't fix. Okay, banks don't fix it. They don't want the risk. So, you know, they got bridge loans, or if they got a bridge loan, they could have fixed it. Anyway, the point is, because when they started this project, rates were low, and people were buying it better homes. Why? Because the home loans are 3.5%. Okay, so that means you're going to pay $3,500. You know, what is that? It's on $1 million, you only pay $35,000, which is so, of course,
some builders in Las Vegas right now, a lot of the builders in Las Vegas right now, they're offering free incentives and free upgrades if you buy it, and they're getting free upgrades.
If you
or
buy this house today, we'll give you a free dishwasher, and it'll be stainless steel.
Or they're discounting the price of premium materials by 50%.
That's where it starts. Okay, that's where it starts. And then they'll sit around and sit around, and sooner or later, they got debt, which they do. They're going to have to discount it and hopefully walk away with their head still on.
So right now is buying and selling real estate.
I mean, there's not a lot of action going on. I mean, there's only deals going on. Why does it need hands? Your money. They got to put their money away. Okay? So, reach 7 months. It's stupid. Okay? Unless you're in a 1031, you can save taxes, and you know, it could be some very straight pictures. Borrow money at 7, buy the mansion 2, and you know, whatever, and then you only get 5% on your portion. So, right now we're at a standstill, you know, and we're waiting for the banks to probably, you know, fess up. You know, fess up means. And open up and say, listen, you know, we gotta get rid of this. You know, we can't keep sitting here with loans that aren't, you know, holding the value that they had when we loaned the money. And then, you know, and sell them off, take a loss, write off their losses, and hopefully the bank will stay intact. Is this place making me money? If I sell it, and I take that money from the sale, and the same amount of money that the real estate tax we're getting okay? Because, you know, the money, I may be making more than 5% on the property, but then it's taxable. So what's my NOI after 37% tax, you know, paying tax on it? What does that number equal versus what is taken from the sale and tax from getting on to? And what's the difference? Well, I might take less money. Why?
I would take less money because you don't pay taxes.
No, I take a little less money because I want the responsibility and the time and the work and the liability of owning a big hotel. But I had the money safely sitting there getting ready to return. I mean, you know, it's a give and take, you know, and then, you know, everybody's got their own portfolio of life to manage. You know, but right now I'm waiting because I know the apartments are coming. I see them every day. They're just sitting on the market. Brokers don't tell me. You know, it's not right now because the seller, all the properties don't. Yes, no. And the banks aren't ready to do anything on the street. You know,
So we talked to a lot of viewers on this show, just like this episode.
my LLC took less than 10 minutes, and I had butter that everything was getting run properly and right. Busy has helped over 1 million people start their business, and they make the entire process super simple. There's no confusing paperwork, no legal jargon. Fill out a short form. They leave the first year of registered agent service for free. A lot of other companies, e-commerce, and the government provide subscriptions and what you see. So try to finally start that business idea. It's not about a business starting at busy.com/ICH. We also have a link down below the description. That is busy.com/ICH, BIZE.com/ICH. Seriously, guys, use it myself. I'd recommend it. Why buy Wallet instead of index funds?
And that's unattachable too.
Yes, but they can grow it with 5%. And probably maybe 37%.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the thing is this. I'm not saying I do everything wrong. And people say,
so, how are we finding good deals right now?
look at every day, and I'm lowballing, baby. I'm lowballing and I'm doing that every day. And if you don't like them, call me. You need what? And I'll be back to you on the game. In business.
What did they just say? Oh, this guy's not serious. This guy's got the serious on it.
I'm not making crazy progress. I get it. My kids underwrite this stuff. They have formulas. They have underwriting. Look at them as in. How much is bringing in? How much is going out? We can figure out what is the proper price for us to pay. And we have to make capital improvements in property. That's another factor. Okay, I negotiated a deal. We just wanted the contract. You know, the place I can blink an eye and really make a place the way it should be with the yes, we ended up splitting it. They're gonna give me half a billion credit. I mean, you know, it's a game you play. But I'm gonna have major 1031 benefits of buying that, you know, that. So, you know, there's a lot of factors involved. We gotta figure out what to do. It's really bad. That's great. This is how I came up. Well, that's good. This is how I came up. It should be 7 or 8 in there.
Huh? What's it rapid?
Join the membership.
You know, basically, there's no fences. They make it stupid fence. But on average, I'm walking about 25% less than they're actually. That's what it's. That's where bad is.
Just or hurt to add your YouTube channel. If people have to see your office, I'll plug in on YouTube, yelling at this guy behind the Rite Aid. Does it help you at all, or does it give you credibility, or do they just say, this is bad, he's probably filming this?
They never say this is bad, he's filming it. Everything I do is real. And they know when I tell them I'm making an offer on the property. It's my page on the board, has my name and signature on it. They take it very serious, you know why? Because my name's not Jack. I got the money. Everything you have to take. I don't, you know, does it help in people know who I am? Yes. Yes. And they will. That's helping.
Oh,
out.
I don't really want to branch out. I don't have deals. I don't get a lot of deals.
So you're saying you're trying to get more liquid, but at the same time, you're still buying a lot of deals.
Well, I'm always going to be buying if the deal makes sense. Because I got kids to run. My kids run everything. I don't do it. If I tell them tomorrow, hey, we'll take 250 units over there, say fine. They'll go over there and they'll take over there. They'll run it. And they'll make money. They'll actually do something to make money. I said, I'm not going to pick on Jack, I'm sorry. Well, how do you say it? Or they can be like Jack and do nothing.
How do your kids stay motivated to actually go and kill managing a 250 unit apartment complex in your But how do they? Like, how did you foster this?
They hire an on-site manager. They have an on-site maintenance person.
But, you know, what you're saying, how are they so motivated? How are they motivated to do something?
They're hungry.
Why are they hungry? When you've done so much that they could theoretically just be a bit lazy.
My kids came from nothing all at once. And they're hungry. And they want to do it on their own, too. Listen, I couldn't count the number of deals my kids have done, or places they've lived in, like gypsies, all over the place. I tried to think about all the places my middle son lived. I couldn't do it. I lost count. I couldn't remember. Anyway, I trained there. It came from yeah, we did an example. Houses. We got boats. It's finally made.
Yeah, you guys grew up in Alabama. So how do you cultivate that hunger?
Well, he's not spoiled. I mean, he appreciates whatever he gets. I still, my youngest son, I'm constantly giving him things to do. Okay, yeah, he's the one that's going to go to college. He's graduating high school in a couple of days. He's interested in the stock market. I think he's really gambling in the school. Something like it's a scam. That's why I like bullshit. But anyway, he's heavily money driven. Likes to make money. He has that bug that we all have.
Is he born with it, or that was taught?
He's been really mean, and he knows that money makes your life a lot easier. It helps. It's nice to go out to dinner and not worry about the bills, right? And make money. Tell people stand, set the example, and you have to put them in the environment. Okay, I put my kids in the environment. They're out. They started just partying and having a good time. I told them, I'm here. Here's an address. Should be out. There it is. Take the shit. 19. Why did this way, I'm going to protect myself. I'm with the kids, to myself. Now I'm 6 years old, and I want to break. I want to enjoy life. Now let them take over everything. And now they want the experience to do that.
Did he resent you at all during that time when you were in high school?
No,
you said starting in one party, you got responsibility, so you don't want to change.
Listen, he knew what I said to him, but he was very business, around the business, and he saw that how the business has helped him in my life.
Set tone, tone, tone.
You know, really probably like I was 16. I was in bad shape. You know, I didn't work the end there. Anyway, I really think you were right. Okay, that's it. I know. It's not easy, but yes, we get together as the education like this. Never did the wrong thing, great education, right? Great private school. And, you know, and yes, the qualifications and they enjoy it, but it's a lot nicer having money.
How what? Did you notice that the overnight change is I think you feel like you're not worried about it.
An hour, whatever. You know, my boat, and it costs $2 a gallon, I between 800 gallons of gas. Jesus. I mean, I don't know, it's nice to have money in that. You know, my parents' responsibility every day. Didn't really don't work comfortably. So it was just logical things. You know, this money away, we don't waste money. Degenerate gambler. You know, so, you know,
I'm sure that a lot of people, when they first start making money, they're like, okay, I just need to make this amount, and then you have this, finally you have to face that, and then you can start to make it. I just kind of I should have I should have 25, I should have 35 million. I'm weird way of setting my goals. I should have 40 million. I should have 50 million. But maybe the timing was right. It's fucking really low. Just have to be right place, the right time, the right way. And then I'm exceeding my goals.
All right? And a broker's calling me today saying, you know what, I get the guy down on $130 a unit. It's $30,000 a unit. It's $100 units. It's $6 million less than bullshit. He got $130. I didn't like it. And, you know, I got $110 or $115. You know, I gotta be comfortable. You know, so, you know, it's not going to be car. It's the right deal of numbers. You know, right now it's just slow. I can't buy
Oh, wow.
They're such large spaces that they have an empty and you need a specific type of business to be in it. Dangerous. So, offices, you gotta know what you're doing in industrial. I mean, you know, it's all about finding a deal. Apartments are great. Retail's all around. All right, there's only one way to get money out of retail. You gotta buy vacant space. You buy vacant space. If you want the money, buy 10 shops.
You did?
Okay?
For what? In what? Oh.
See, this place is going to have this vacancy. Rates on they're just rates in.
They're giving it a drink. Right? No big deal. Okay, so yes, that's the apartments. Yes, you can buy an apartment if you're 100%. You raise rents and markets higher by throwing in some new appliances or whatever you got to do. But apartment typically you don't see ever in retail. If you do, then the sellers just dream it.
When you're negotiating real estate, is money really has any value or has
Actually.
Okay, you get your terms. They got their terms. As long as your terms don't meet together, you got a deal. All right? And you get people, it's not, I've never been a bullshit. You want to have a real estate deal. I mean, I've done deals with snakes.
Hey, let's get out of here, y'all. There's too much stuff at once, y'all. We could have got the dragon by itself, but it's too much stuff at once, y'all. Let's get out of here.
And I still did business with them. All right? Because as long as you know if you guys are crooked, you gotta watch every little thing you do.
I can't love one guy.
The point is, it's not bullshit.
I can't lock him my guy. I come on, let's get out of here, y'all.
You just, you ignore it. It's not, number one, in my world, it's all done by brokers and brokers. I don't leave it alone. I mean,
Oh, no, no, no.
This and that, and is it okay on that? Right? That's right. Brokers and lawyers, that's their job. To make the deal happen, they're just, they don't approve it.
saying that you can have better, cheaper, or faster, or you can link it to. You can even have all three. That's just care folks where it is specialized by stats as they upgrade to each generation of their own. Responsible OCI. Where OCI is a blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment. Less than you would on other clouds. How's it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operations per second. Cheaper? Yeah, OCI is 50% less for machines, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking.
Oh.
Locally, bandwidth versus other clouds. Cloud built for AI. So right now, with zero commitment, OCI I down below in the description. Thank you again for sponsoring this episode. One is it's just nice. You don't think that like, hey, 20 grand off. Let this guy think like, oh,
it doesn't matter. It's all numbers. There's nothing, personal about real estate. It's numbers. How much money's coming in? How much money's coming out?
When you're talking about commercial real estate, how does this apply to residential?
I mean, homeowners are different rate, but even for homeowners, it's just salespeople that are handling the transaction. Okay? Unless you're doing, you're buying from a owner direct. Okay? That's different. I guess if you're buying from somebody, you should lose an owner.
There was some crazy one I saw on Twitter recently. It was a handwritten letter to a family who had owned this home for generations in Hancock Park. And it was an old home from the 1920s, and their only wish was not to sell it to a developer, but sell it to a family who was going to keep the home and its character. And this person wrote this incredible letter, and the seller posted this on Twitter saying, this is the letter we got, and they seem to take care of it. And they tore the house down immediately after closing. They had full permit, they were getting everything started, and the second the deal closed.
They'll huff and they'll puff and they'll blow your house down.
But,
similar situation right here. Steve, he's a little old lady on this nice house right on the coast of here. And something doesn't be bidding for the everything around sell. So now, they did everything they could to piss her off, and they cut off her power while they were gone. They cut off her power. They make her sell. And she actually stuck it to him. I don't know what the name of the document was. She was in the document saying that house, that a simple residential house ever. And to this day, all these apartments goes all around it, and our house sit right there on the tip of the land on the water. I always think about that. But yeah, some people have
right after this one.
some people, they, they're, to me, it never was emotional. I don't care. It's all about numbers. It's just, real estate is a thing. It's material. It's an asset. It's tangible.
It's say you're selling a shopping center, and someone comes to you and says, I worked out this kid 18 years ago. Something on that's money, saved, and it's would you do that? Depends on, I think it really depends on the situation. I think there's so much maybe in that over 5 minutes long situation. They think
Anyway, the point is this. It has nothing to do with real estate in my world except the numbers. How much money is it worth? What's the cash flow? If I'm selling, what's my taxes? How much, it's all about me. It's not about you.
The average person they negotiate will need more if they want to invest in a good deal.
Let's say chapter, honestly, I've never
dollars and cents. When in your life have you made emotional-based financial decisions? Have you ever had like a crazy rich person purchase that didn't make any number sense and didn't own you my personal? Never. I never even like you know, that's totally emotional. That's all 100%. This would be an example. I don't know how much that line costs, but I can't imagine that it's very inexpensive.
These are just things that bring you some sort of pleasure. Like a pain. Why do people spend $100 million or $5 million, $10 million? Because they feel like if they enjoy it, they love it. That's emotion.
Absolutely. I saw it. Not much. I saw you in a video. You got stuck in the Bahamas because of bad weather. And so you flew cigarettes and a private jet. Like, that's a cigarettes.
Okay, give me a second.
Cigarettes and necessities we needed, or a couple of friends I had, and go out for his the United States. Making shit out of it without wasting money.
Okay, I was under the impression that you literally just flew cigarettes and the barber.
I flew him in because I mean, you know, all right, it made sense. There was a seat on the plane. The plane lands, okay? He gets off the plane. He comes to my boat. He gives me a haircut. He gets my kids back on the plane. Gives my son a haircut while it's on the plane. I looked at it. So I told my mission. You know, you get done and saving time. Saving money.
What is the cost of owning a plane?
Well, you know, pretty is real. You know, I own it outright.
Got a glitch. Found a glitch. The dragon can't attack us because we're behind the barrier, but we're supposed to be fighting the boss right now. Right. No, just the dragon. This guy can hit us.
Is your ability to negotiate everything.
Oh, nope. You really missed. What?
And so what he says, if you want to get the best deal on something, is if someone puts you in rates, give them more and say, well, and go. And it is, so we assume this will be able
Oh. All right. Got you, big boy.
You gotta understand terms have nothing to do with money. But we'll get into that. The point was, the story was, he watched my videos. And that's the one time the video actually hurt me. He said, I'll take your offer, but you gotta give me a Batmobile. And it came out of like nowhere. It's just like, you know how somebody says something to you that you never expected them to ever say, right? Yeah. And the Batmobile, that Batmobile he got was really one of the nicest ones I've had. And it was signed by the real Batman and Robin and everything. It wasn't the one for the TV show, but it was worth a couple $100,000. And I thought about it, and I eventually gave in, and I shipped it to him. So, you know, but I still felt like I was buying a building for $1 million less than he probably could have sold it on the market if he would have, you know, I mean, that place needed a couple of little things done there, but whatever. The point was, I'm open to anything. Put it on the table. It's all about two people agreeing, you know, that's it.
What's the most you've ever gained from a negotiation?
Typically, the best negotiating I've experienced was with banks. Buying their real estate, or I bought loans from banks. I bought loans for 50 cents on the dollar.
How do you do that?
When a bank has a non-performing loan, they want to get rid of it. And they'll write off the loss. They don't care. They don't want to go in front of their board, or they don't want their investors or anybody. They don't want it. They don't want non-performing loans on their books. So they want it gone quick. Makes the bank look bad. And once it's gone, everybody forgets about it. And you write off the loss, and then blah, 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 and that's the end of it, and we move on. So I've had most of my success with banks buying foreclosures, buying, doing short sales, buying notes. and then I foreclose or go make a deal with the borrower and do a friendly foreclosure. You know, I mean, but that's pretty much where you probably get your most benefit is when you're dealing with, because it's not personal. The banks just want to get rid of it. It was a deal that went bad. They want it gone. They're not in real estate. Banks don't want to be in real estate. They don't want to own this. Then they got to have management companies. Then they got to have receivers. Then they got to. They're open to lawsuits. They have the liability. They don't want to be in real estate. They just want to loan money. They don't want to be involved in this. So, you know, banks are pretty much the ones that are most vulnerable when you're doing a deal.
So you've been doing a lot of consulting lately.
Yes.
What's a common question that people come to you with?
I mean, you know, typically is everybody wants to know, based on what their situation is, what's the next step in the right direction? Okay, I get people from all different levels. I'll get kids, you know, in high school, graduating or whatever, or even younger. And, you know,
hey, one of the students got hit in the eye with a movie, and she's claiming the last thing she saw was me. And she's telling most
and they want to know what the next move is.
Hey, one of the students got hit in the eye with a movie, and she's claiming the last thing she saw was me. And she's telling most hey, one of the students got hit in the eye with a movie, and she's claiming the last thing she saw was me. And she's telling most hey, one of the students got hit in the eye with a movie, and she's claiming the last thing she saw was me. And she's telling most hey, one of the students got hit in the eye with a movie, and she's claiming the last thing she saw was hey, one of the students got hit.
You know, they want to plan. They want to get cooking, baby. And, you know, so I look at what they are, what they got, who they are, where they're at in their life, and what would I do if I was in their shoes? And that's what I try to tell them to do. You know, wherever I have guys that have $100 million that consult with me. I got people that have nothing. They're getting their first house, and they got to go to FHA. You know, I got some people that can't even raise the FHA deposit. You know what I tell them to do? Because they have an interest in real estate anyway. Get your license. Okay, you go buy that house, and you represent yourself, and you found a house yourself. Well, FHA is 3.5% down. Commission's 3%. How much are you going to put down on that $200,000 house? $1,000.
Does it
Someone tell me. What did I just watch? Someone tell me. I saw it with my eyes. I don't believe. What did I just watch? I know I did not just see Jordan Anthony, a college runner, go 9.75. I know I didn't just see a college runner run a faster time than they ran in the Olympics. He would have beat Noah Lyles. He would have beat Kashane. How did he just do a 9.75 in college? Not even at nationals, at regionals. Did I just see that with my own two eyes? Or am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. What did I just watch?
FHA allow you to use commissions on a closing towards a down payment?
Of course, because number one, it's in the closing. The money's going to you.
Right.
It's your money. You earned it. And FHA loans to real estate people and agents and everybody. Yes, they will. Because if you show them, you know, they're not illogical.
That's what.
It would be illogical for them not to.
That's what I was doing when I was an agent. I was just my commission. It was a hassle.
Well, back then, things have changed a little bit.
Yes, sure.
But again, you always have to be into this question and everything, you know. But if the lender is a real lender and they understand, listen, it's your money, you know, you earned it, you know.
Yeah. What are the most frustrating calls that you get? Or
frustrating calls?
Or people that you see and
people that just got too much going on in their life, and they're not ready for it. Like, you know, I have consults with people that just, they're trying to be big shots, and they didn't earn it. We had the video about the guy in Vegas. He's driving a Lamborghini, okay? But he ain't got no money in the bank. Does that make any sense? I'm stupid. Why do you drive a Lamborghini if you got no money in the bank? All right? And when I say no money, I mean like at least 50 grand, 100 grand. Sell a Lamborghini and get your together. You know, you don't need it, and you don't want, everybody wants to be a big shot before they earn it, you know?
How did he justify buying the Lamborghini?
How do you justify it?
How did he? Like, what was his reason when you were like, why did you do this?
Listen, I'm sure you have done it. We've all done it. When I was younger, I bought a Ferrari I shouldn't have bought. Okay, I really wasn't financially ready for it. When you're young and you're impulsive and you want to look cool, and it's the only way you're going to get a girl is to have a nice car. You do things that don't make sense. And you have to discipline yourself that, it would be nice to have his Lamborghini, and I make the payment, but then I want money for, something else, or I'll never be able to grow, or I'll never be able to save money. I mean, you can't make stupid decisions in your life. I've made them. I'll be the first to admit I made plenty of stupid decisions. When I was younger, but I learned from my mistakes, and I try to let people learn from my mistakes, like my kids especially. I always tell them, listen, I've been there. I've done that. Okay, that was my mistake, and don't do it.
And if you want consulting from Ben, that'll be linked down below.
Listen, I'm not bragging, but I don't know anybody out there that the average person, not the big shots maybe, can call to get real advice. That I'm not looking for anything. I don't want to, they're going to pay the fee because, my time is valuable. I could be working on a $10 million deal. Rafal crying, he needs to make money running the channel and coordinating and making appointments and all this stuff. The point is this. I don't ever give people bad advice. Okay? I just tell them my opinion, what I would do if I was in issues, and I truly try to help them. How many other people do you know that you can, for a few $100, get on the phone that's worth, whatever, 500 million or whatever, and get really good advice? To me, I become your friend. I'm like a friend. I'm a real friend that you can trust and call to get solid, logical advice on your real estate.
See, I honestly, I was telling you off camera, I think you're underpriced for where you are. I mean, if anyone books you, it's at a bargain. Like, they are getting the better deal.
That's it.
All
That's
things
good.
considered.
Well, now I can help people that don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people do get on the phone, I feel bad. And I'll say, well, okay, because right away I'm going to ask them, what are you making? What do you own? What do you got? I got to understand that person's life. And I'm making notes. Okay, he's this age, he lives here, he's got this much coming in a year, he owns his house, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and a lot of them ain't got, and, for them, the extra few $100 is a lot, to spend. So I try to really help these people. And I've gotten so many compliments, and so many people have come back to me and said, oh my God, I'm so glad I listened to you and I did what you said. I had families in the Bahamas coming up to me. They were traveling from Miami. Families coming up to me and they heard I was there. They came to my boat, which I love, and they were just thanking me. A Spanish family from Miami that listened to me, and they made money. And the kids were there, and it was great.
I can attest to this. We were in the Bahamas, and someone came up, and you invited them on the boat, him and his wife.
I'm nice to everybody.
And you
you're nice to
drinks.
me, I'm nice to you.
Carla made them margaritas.
When somebody wants to say hello to me or take a picture or whatever, it's the most flattering thing in the world. I love it. And everybody I meet is always super nice. Always. I've never met there was one Hasidic crazy Jew, but he was mentally ill in New York City once. I had to tell him go away.
So you grew up poor, and now you've made a fortune. What would you say are the biggest mentality shifts around money that you've experienced?
When you have money, for me, it was being exposed to other people that worked hard their lives and were successful. And I don't know, you could say it's, moving up a class. It showed me the better way of living, okay? Yes. When I moved here, I still was kind of rough. I made some good money before I moved here, but I was never around like a lot of classy people. I was never around country clubs. Now I belong to 3 of them. Okay, I wasn't able to expose my kids to a finer life. Where people they're good people, nice people. I mean, they're not stuck up. I mean, you know, there's a lot of rich people in this area here that are just genuinely really super nice people. And a lot of them came from nothing like me. But, you know, they carried themselves and they lived a certain way, and I respected it and liked it. You know, it's a nice house, and, you know, and acted to raise their kids respectful, you know, where they talked like normal people and respectful people and had manners. You know, it's like I noticed my son, every time my youngest son talks to any adult, it's always yes, sir, no, sir, you know, and very respectful. And it really brought our quality of life and the way we felt, how we lived a lot better.
We've been using our sponsor, Notion, for years to keep the Iced Coffee Hour running. From planning guests, tracking sponsorships, and just keeping everything organized.
And now with Notion AI, it's somehow gotten even better. So we were honestly really stoked when they offered to sponsor this episode.
Notion AI is all-in-one AI, powered by your work, and all in one place. It automatically captures meeting notes, finds the exact content that you need, drafts detailed documents for you, and lets you chat with the best AI models. Notion AI just became twice as powerful for teams, making it the best AI tool for work.
And it's super easy. Just type /meet and it starts transcribing instantly. Then when the meeting's over, you get a clean summary and suggested action items. It's perfect for keeping track of ideas, decisions, or even podcasts just like this one.
So whether you're in school, managing work calls, or just trying to keep your thoughts organized in one place, Notion AI helps you remember and then act on what matters.
Seriously, guys, on a personal note, I highly recommend you try Notion. I used it years ago when I was in college. I still use it to this day. Basically, all of the information for the Iced Coffee Hour, guests, sponsors, guest outreach, everything hosted on Notion. Couldn't recommend it more. And you guys wouldn't believe it, but it is completely free. Just try it out at notion.com/icedcoffee, all lowercase. Once again, that is notion.com/icedcoffee. There's also a link down below in the description.
Groceries, $1,000 a trip. And these tariffs are kicking our asses. And Apple money hungry asses got the nerve to come out with a piece of phone holding it at 17 for $2,000. 16 still pretty. I'm gonna get it though, cause that bitch bad.
Thank you. Thank you, you too.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Hey, it's gonna get real out here real quick. Trump done fucked us with a big one. You hear me? A big one. He fucked us with a big one. Man, and I'm Frank, you know, that big coach, man. On the partnerships, man. And some of these assignments coming in empty. Empty. Frank is gonna be dead and hell out here. You're a truck driver, owner, operator. Man, y'all taking this serious because y'all need to take. Man, I have never been in and out of a court that quick within 30 minutes. Normally, this should take hours. The lines was long as hell. There was nobody in there. Nobody. When I went in there, there was at least 3 or 4 trucks there. And Frank is about to be thin for us, man. All the truckers, man. Not only the truckers, but everybody, man. Y'all better. I know what steps I need to take as a truck driver. I already know what I need to do. I already know what I need to do. I'm finna stock up on shit. I already know what to do. You shit, bring that empty containers. Empty. And then some of these jobs, they shipping out shit because of the tariff. Man, like, but y'all stay safe. But new job is they about to fire fire. They about to fire me, Cat. Man, how the fuck I do that? Oh yeah, I'm definitely fired about this bitch. This slow. That's like $200,000 worth of parts. That's a whole. Yeah, I'm definitely about to work here tomorrow.
So UPS has offered severance packages to anyone that wants to voluntarily quit. And it's slated that the downside to become more profitable for themselves. Yeah, severance packages. As a regular worker, you hear that from like high-paying corporate jobs. It's like that. You don't hear that from warehouse jobs or driver jobs. What blue-collar worker severance package for voluntarily quit? It's an option. This is part of it. Just for all the second under it. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. It's private property, but we are working under a contract. This is huge. Other people take a package. I can do it. Like sleeping. My life. Anyway, no seven package is worth a 6 week benefit and up to 10 weeks vacation home. I'm going to get on 7 week vacation. It's not worth it. Just want to get maybe some other provider may get paid off and start letting off a lot of the supervisor actions. That's not having contact or work with feelings. You can't just fire us like that. You have to office and 7 days or something. This is on everybody. Like this is what it did. It's like basic stuff that you should have to job.
UPS is out here getting workers. And shout out to the union at UPS, because if it wasn't for the union, all of these people would be laid off without a job. Now, we just say, hey, there is work that's got to be done, and, there's always going to be work. That's not always necessarily the case. There will be periods of time where the work is going to fall, and it's going to be less and less hours. You may not get fired, but it's going to be less and less hours. And that's the reality of the situation. Now, luckily, they're keeping offering them severance packages. They're not actually doing this right now anymore. I never thought I would see UPS layoff. Like, yeah, you have your different down in hours, but late on, then if people quit the situation, you know, hey, because at the end of the day, you just got FedEx, who just closed down an entire facility out there. Like, they're moving and they're shipping things around because volume is slowing down. The market right now, the
Where the food,
economy is
nigga?
slowing. Everything is down right now. That's the reality of the situation. And companies don't really know. People don't really know what to buy. They don't know if they should be saving money or if they should be investing money. They don't know if they should be traveling or not traveling. Guys, right now, in the country right now, it's very scary. Think about it. Companies can't travel right now. They're taking the country right now. Bitcoin's got over $100,000. But hey, I don't know where we're headed. I have no idea. But hey, shout out to the union. Shout out to, you know, all the workers out there at UPS, because I know how hard they're working. I used to work at UPS. And it was, oh my God, it was crazy. But hey, shout out to them. UPS, Amazon, whatever the workers out there. But at the end of the day, if you're not prepared for this, prepare to right now. That's reality. Luckily, they got a union. Luckily, they got a severance package. Luckily, they asked them if you want to be laid off. Luckily they did. If it wasn't for their system with the union and everything like that, these people would be out of the job. They wouldn't know that they That's the reality of the situation. That is the reality that most Americans are facing right now. A lot of Americans right now, I got a whole separate video about this coming very, very soon, but they're going to work tomorrow and don't even know. They just get a drop on their calendar and then boom, they're gone. They're gone for the rest of the day, for the rest of the year. They got it. Hey, that's GPS. You guys let me know what you guys think about this in the comment section below. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for more great content. You watch the whole next for the video and then subscribe button. That's great. Hey, listen, stay tuned for the next video. It's gonna get crazy. Next video, we out. That's coming. Trust me.
It's moving. Castle. Nope, Castle's going to cover too. Big boy. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second, my boy. Missed this thing. What's it mean? Yep, I missed. Missed. Got back there and get the game. I lost so many levels already. You get boat, man? Got your boat? You okay in there, big boy? You okay in there? Somebody making a lot of thumping. Dude. Oh, it don't show up, but comments don't show on the screen. Let me catch him, y'all. I'm coming. Let me catch up. I had to get a little sneaky-yak. Chicken thing. On my buttons. Changed up. Oh shoot, free to go. Get out of there. That's not mine. Oh my god. Ooh. Bell, bell, bell. Blue, 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 blue. Jumper. I got a jumper up there. This one. Oh, shucks. Still corrected. I'm screwed. Lift you up, right? Actually, I can't jump up. Yeah, I couldn't use it. I seen the jumping thing too. I had just landed and right there. Lost level. Ah. Yeah. That's crazy. I threw the pot. I threw the fire pot. Thank you. Put the bowl on by the microwave. Oh, right. Oh, he got me while I was shooting. Anybody got no specials? I got one. Let's see, there was two of us now. He's fighting out there. Let him fight him out there. Oh. I ain't doing no damage. I don't know who we fighting out there. Oh yeah, I'm doing damage. Come on, y'all. I'm doing damage. Come over here and shoot. Oh, y'all ain't got nothing to shoot. Oh, shucks. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, you got Wolverine claws. Watch out. Watch out. Dang. Wrong way. Face of that. Wait for me the next one. Fight, folks. Crazy. 77. It's horrible, yo. None of my weapons are good. At least I can help with this, 'cause I got a lot of money here. Wait, hey, somebody take this. You gave me a weapon.
Liability. Here's some guys. John had the CEO of America's largest bank just issued a dire warning to all 330 million Americans.
You are going to see a crack in the bond market. It is going to happen. I'm telling you it's going to happen, and you're going to panic. I'm not going to panic.
But what he's saying and what he's doing alongside Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, all of the most planet history we've ever seen. And the people moving this way are right. Now, the rich always get richer. That's the law of the land. He is warning right now that we are going to see 8 to 9% mortgage rates.
I just tell you, be prepared for higher rates.
8 to 9% mortgage rates. Oh, wait a minute.
I said 5%. They said, are we going there? Yes, possible. Can it go to 7%? The answer is yes.
We're going to see the 10-year hit 5% and a massive credit crunch inside of America. Now, what is an asset worth? Land, business, an asset worth.
Yo, how did he actually so close to me, bro?
day trying to find a different job. And it was this never-ending cycle.
Oh, get him.
Expensive cities in the next couple of years. You can start to think about this.
Ah. Hey, hill. Hill got a hill over here. Got a hill bubble over there. Right here. That's crazy, that little Ford, bro. Watch out. Thanks. Damn it, so I'm trying to run, bro. Nah, get out of there. Just go survive, y'all. The business, watch out. That's crazy. So the arrow ain't gonna work. So I gotta do damage. It's gotta be the other guy, big guy.
As you can see in this graph, gold stocks have a tremendous gap to close compared with gold spot price, which has soared. I am bullish on the gold stock sector right now. Bank of America's chief investment officer is predicting a weaker dollar cycle, as you can see in the chart below. With no debt and approximately $3.9 million in cash and cash equivalents as of December 31st, 2024, and a project in Alaska. The sponsor of today's video is U.S. Gold Mining, trading on the NASDAQ, stock ticker USGO. The stock is trading as of early June, some 40% below its all-time high. At its April 2023 IPO, gold was worth $1,930 per ounce. Now gold is trading at an all-time high. Yet USGO's share price is still around its IPO price, down 40% from its all-time high. Their flagship Whistler gold, copper, silver project includes 3 gold deposits with combined estimated mineral resources of 6.5 billion ounces of gold equivalent in the indicated category. Shareholder 80% of the company. So this is a very unique scenario. This is Mike Dunleavy, the governor of Alaska, with President Trump, and below with CEO of U.S. Gold Mining, Inc., on their Whistler project in Alaska.
Tim Smith, the CEO, came to U.S. gold mining from Newmont, a 100-year-old gold producer, one of the largest gold mining companies in the world. This GEO trading on the NASDAQ. And so I think that's what we're getting. We're walking into right now.
What? Oh, I didn't heal up. Personal minute, I gotta get out of my system. Oh, yeah. I'm coming, I'm coming. That's crazy, bro. This guy fights so slow. Luckily, I didn't load up, man. I'm right there, one more. Run, Forrest, run! Come on. Bless you. Bless you. Oh. What's that? What's that sound? This is what? Okay. And it clutched it. Safe. You got it. Oh. Bring him here. Bring him here. You want no second hand? No, not him. Oh, okay. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. That's crazy. Oh, I didn't. Now get out of there. Hill up, hill up, hill up. Ah, we out. We not staying here. We don't want to go down level. Xavier, do you know what you're gonna do for the summer? Your mom ain't tell you? Ooh, for like a long time? For a long time? Wow, that sounds like it's gonna be fun. A nice fun in the summer. Are you ready for it? Oh, what is it? Oh, ice coming. Oh. It was a fun.
Dead gold. Instead of dead whales, you're on jump.
Neither one of them are bosses. But Yeah.
No, Warface. That's the boss. That's the boss. There's a boss health bar.
Come on, dog.
There's a boss health bar.
Nah, it's not a boss. Wormface is the person they're fighting. The other team. My teammates are fighting that person. I'm somewhere else. But
But it has worms on its face and it's called Worm Face. Bada boom bang.
probably a minion, one of his minions.
Minion?
Yeah, it's one of his minions.
Oh, because he's doing damage to the show.
Right.
It shows at random times.
I'm about to kill this dog.
Yeah, it shows at random times damage. So you're fighting the minions. Why are you fighting the minions?
Because now he has my powers.
Good.
He has my experience I have to take from him.
You want to your experience back?
Yes. Very much. Again, bro. Again.
You died again?
Yes.
I'm gonna go finish.
Again. Because they got the blight. So it's not even just the damage.
What?
We got like a magic.
Good?
Yeah, the teammates okay, but they're not fast, but they're okay. Gotta get this before the thing turns.
I'm still worm. So called worm face. This thing died.
Now I got it.
Died right afterwards.
Up.
What character you got? You got a good character? Anybody in your team with a good character?
Yes, actually, yes. One the girl, I have one in that class. But just don't know why.
So you got a good class?
No, I don't think they do.
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's easy.
Yeah.
You have a 18 or your teammates is good as you.
I get it from like it was XP. Oh, not the air, not the air.
You want magic?
Yeah, there is magic.
Might.
Yeah, it definitely might.
Definitely might.
Might.
Instead of like probably not, definitely.
What did you put? Oh,
Wait, what happened?
it ain't control. Oh man, trying to run out of here is crazy. You okay? Oh, come on. I don't know what level you gotta be, man.
Goose and Muzzflower. This is what we must remember, guys. Okay, and the way that we make that is that we have these things. Look, see this? See this? The Muzz. And then we have these things. We're gonna put the Sweetie Beanies in this machine. See, we got our little guy. His name is Wiggle Whip. I didn't name him that. That's what the game named him. It's very silly. Little Wiggle Whip. And now they're deployed, and they
Chicken
will be
man.
supplies. Thank you. This guy is interesting because look at him. He's very silly, very dorky, very cute. I don't know my favorite. Please look at this cockroach guy. I love this one. Wait, no. Stop hiding behind the house. I want them to see this cockroach guy. See him? Okay, you guys just barely see him.
Looks more basic here. There was that
No, it's very nice. We got a little fish guy. Oh. Okay, so there's a bunch of resources that we're just picking up. Nice. Definitely more snow. I don't think we can make it.
You don't put that on the side.
We can do. I think we'll put it to the top. Wait, can you tell me about the game? Yes, so this game that we're playing is called I like to play games that are very, like, you know, just chill, relaxing, a game, like, I play for fun. I played a bunch of Minecraft.
Oh, you know what you need to get from Gina, huh? Your lunch bag.
Lunch is another kind of, like, farming game, but it doesn't
Your lunch bag. Your lunch box. You're supposed to be at Gmail house.
So, Ubuntu is like a like Pokemon, the goal is like, oh, you catch these little guys. But the way Ubuntu works is that you do dance battles with these little guys that are in the wild. And when you do a dance battle, they're like, okay, if you win, you get a little seed. And if you get a seed, let's take the seed, throw it on your poster. When you throw that seed on your poster, the person that you got to get level. What are they going to do? Guys, like, look at them. Against other opponents. And then the other option is that these opponents can also be so they can run on their own, which is why I want to water and you inside of recording, like pulling the weeds or maybe they are harvesting the water between them inside of it's still working. So I don't think this in order for me. These ones follow me, dance for me. So they have these little system there's this one house, and basically, when the mayor needs help with like developing the town and making the town a better place, and right now we're trying to connect our town to the Bible. And in order for us to connect our town to the Bible, we have to go all these different islands. And this is like the last island in the game. When I say island, it's not an island in the game. This is the last island in the game. And when you're here, you have to this like the tip top of this giant mountain, and the goal is that we have to get to the top of the mountain. I don't know how to like create all the different islands. There's different people with all these different ones. Like one person was like, yeah, I deliver these diamonds for to my friend's back home. So we delivered this person. So we delivered all the diamonds for them, and they were like, okay, here, now you can have it back to the mountain. The person we just talked to, they this person over here, they gave us a pickaxe. And with this pickaxe, we can destroy stuff. We can destroy these robots that are specifically make a very if you were able reproduce yours to help survive reproduce you never have to things made from the very older film you didn't I can even give you the recipe. Okay. So, bro, where do I find this recipe? In the Night Owls? No, we need the Night Owls. Okay, we're gonna have to go home to figure out how to make it. It's fine. Would it be in the oven? Okay. It doesn't. No, recipes. You see that? This is ramen noodles. That's what it's soup. Ramen noodles. We have almost everything we need to like it into one. It's a good thing our guys in the game are getting the most money. In the chill game too. It's hard. Really like this region. Oh, I just practiced. I see you. I need to. Yeah, I like it like this. I also like the strange game of life. But still, it's wait, it's like seriously, it's so cool. I'm gonna go the one in the back is a really detailed. Wait, I think already way back then. Wait, no, I think wait, guys. I think I just have to go way back then. Gable, we gotta go. Okay, we gotta go back. We gotta say safe. Wearing headphones and hearing recording my ears, so I'm gonna take off my hearing These were earrings that I got. Yeah, these were earrings that I got. I really
That's you and me. That's me. And of course, in your school. Exactly. Okay, we bike. We bike. We bike. Couple noodles on deck.
Shit ain't working. So right. Yeah, I think like I feel like dealing with that. But
Four.
I feel like let's get her right here. She back. Let's go back. After him, please.
Delicious, y'all.
I saw her like at least 50 yards. Can I interview you? Yes, you. I would love to interview you. We're live right now. Are you a model?
Delicious, y'all. Ready to go? Go in. Pause. My teammates went. Golly. Wow, Xavier. It's gonna be warm next week.
Oh, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be hot on Monday. Oh, 90.
Come on with the frozen thing. Let me get a little. Why is my guy running past him? Like, why is my guy running past him? Like, it's not like two of us can't take him. That's the boss. He cooking me. Thank you. Where'd he go? Did he disappear? Oh, there's more. Where's the rest of them at, man? Up here. There you go. Heroes of... Gotta be here somewhere, man. Where's the heroes? Heroes and some more?
Boss.
Huh?
Boss.
I don't know who got that.
What's that?
The heroes of some more. Yeah, maybe I wasn't like probably somebody else fighting me.
The boss is where? Wait, the boss is where the arrows are.
Maybe. I have to find out. No, it probably was just I left because the sound changed.
Wait, the sound. What are those things right next to you? What are those skulls right next to you?
They attack whoever attacks me. Or if I run into something, they fall.
They help you?
Yes.
Well, basically like that.
Something like that.
They won't attack people one.
One time, or hits one wall like this. So just die. True.
Oh, shit. You can gather more, right?
Yes.
Or they take all of them.
The thing is that you don't have to even go after the bosses. The bosses give you extra special ups that you might need, or weapons you might need, but you don't have to go after the bosses because and get XP to level up. But you still need water coming. You still need the I mean the blue is coming. You still need the weapons. And I know this is where we was at. I just don't know where this heroes and what's name is at. Oh no, too late. The blue's here. Oh, I fell. Even you can take fall damage from the thing once. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? You can take fall damage once you hit the blue and jump in the air. If you go in the blue and you jump in the air, when you land, you take fall damage.
It's impossible. If you're in the blue, you can't climb anything.
No, you can jump. You can hit the jump thing. There's some blue that makes you jump.
If you land back on that, you die.
Oh, that's crazy.
If you land back on the blue, that makes you jump, you die. There's not.
Level 1 is crazy. I can.
Level 1? That's why I'm crazy. For one hit, I would die.
We didn't go after any bosses. But we went after one boss. I don't know what happened. And somehow we made it all the way to the end without hitting any boss. Right. I don't want to use it yet. I'm waiting for the big boss, like the small one. Right. Hey, get it right, run it right. I couldn't get around. This guy was moving so slow. It's like they all got a mad flaw. This one moved too slow. This one moved too fast and weak. This one can shoot, but it takes so long to shoot. Man, golly. Critical hit boost. Dragon cloak. Get this out of here. Network occurred. Okay, we're gonna start off with that extremely powerful weapon. I don't know what happened. No way unless we return back to that session I was playing. With that weapon? Why did it bring me back to the title screen again? What is up with this? My internet connection is good. Yes. Go back to that place. Oh, come on. Network error occurred. Come on. Flowers moving. Look at this. Elden Rings. This is what's happening, and I recorded it because I was live streaming. It says current section found. Press OK to restore section. Declining and resulting temporary restriction or on multiplayer functionality. Now watch this. I hit boom to go back, right? Mind you, I've been streaming this whole time, and during the 9-hour stream, it didn't go down. I've been streaming for about 4 hours this time. It went down, and when it brings me back in, it brings me to me being like nil down over my XP, and it brings up a screen that says it's not able to connect. And I already have an idea that if I decline it, what's going to happen is that it's not going to let me play Elden Rings. And this will be the first time it's actually kicked out of the game. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to wait it out for the people to finish the game, and then I'm gonna come back on. See, it's right there. See, network right there. Just so that I can show you guys what it does. No cut, just straight through. And now press OK again, and it goes back to the screen right here. I do it fast so you guys can see it. And then I'm streaming. I do it fast so you guys can see it. I back up, declining, add it again. And then what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna wait out because I don't want to decline it, and then you're like, you can't play anymore. Add it again. So you're gonna just wait out this time. Oh yes, going to the same place. Come on, turn around. Look, I'm right there. I wanted to come to the poison one instead of the other one. Poison, poison. Oh, come on, y'all. Come on. Come on. And then y'all left? Yo, come on, son. Yeah, they sent me to this poison area while we fighting everybody, and then they just got up and left. And now I died, lost a level. Very bad. Team trash, bro. That's why we're gonna lose. See, they don't understand it. They don't understand this game is a team game. So when you leave me where I'm at and I die, I have to go back and get my points. So when I keep going back and get my points and keep dying, that just means that you're gonna have a weak member when you get to the end. But they don't understand that. Very bad teammates. You know where my points are. So, and I can't even get my points because somebody picked them up. They're just bad because they left when I died. And Perfumer has my points now, so I have to go back and get them. I agree. And this guy's killing me in one hit. That's crazy. He's killing me in one hit. That's crazy. Now they want to go over when the blue thing is there. They're bad. It's bad. Why am I poisoned? I don't even know what killed me. Poison? I was dead already, so why would the poison come back and kill me again? See, this is because I'm level 2 and you guys left.
Three masked teenagers. They tried to break into the building, but gunfire from inside. Three suspects died after being shot. The one announced one died in the scene. Later, the police His actions were considered lawful self-defense. So do you think this was self-defense? Leave your thoughts in the comments.
Looks all bad. The scary.
Come on. Sorry.
beating the castle, the boss, that
Right.
died right from him. He did one of the
How did you beat a man down from him?
he did one of the things out there fast, and then I hit him, but he still wanted to attack him. He said, I don't think that's so
That's pretty good.
So I got the achievement for killing him, and I died right after.
So you got an achievement for killing him.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about.
So, but you don't know what happens afterwards. You gotta beat him again. Yeah, I know you did.
I beat him. I got him.
Oh, Xavier, bedtime. Way past your bedtime. You got 20 minutes and then you gotta turn lights off. I almost forgot. Sunday. Huh? Oh yeah, we hit first one.
offers family room with dining areas, each room. I could just book this. On my phone for the booking. Yeah, I can't believe, yeah. I didn't even realize they had spots. It's cheap. $9 per night. Total $175 for 20 nights. Free cancellation before July 18th. No prepayment needed. Pay at the property. No credit card needed. Genius discount applies to the price. It'll only take 2 minutes and you won't get charged. You won't be charged yet. Y'all think I should book an actual, because I don't know if I'm gonna really stay. I'm definitely probably not gonna stay there. I'm just looking at some stuff. That's dope though. That's really dope. $40 per night, that's $800. Westlands, Marina Way, $58 per night. $17 per night. See, that's what I'm saying. Like $17 per night. Entire apartment, 10 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 700 feet. Free cancellation, no prepayment needed. Pay at the property. This apartment's going to be expensive. Yeah, we're going. You know, this is my pretty favorite meeting church. It's not the right message. It's fine. It was like they
Oh, shit. Oh, come on! Yeah, I like Tesla. Oh, I thought I had him. That's the setup I need. I can get it. With that setup, I can win. Yes, finally. Oh, finally we got one, baby. We got it set up. Sun sleeping. Forward to fast. Forward to fast. Yeah, fast bleed. That's dangerous. I see the coach. fucking A. Golly, bro. Why would I do that? Gotta move. Choose all these minutes and stuff. Bedtime, Xavier. Lights off. See one?
Okay. What character you got?
That's just. That's just radius. No, fence. Get to bed. Okay.
test, so it comes from Cali. Yo sé que si te gustan. The 23, you talking about chocolates or just niggas in general? If so, some people ask that question. Chocolates or just trivia?
They don't know. I'm about to check on prison. I don't think niggas want to go to Medi. So they submission. We all been around broke niggas, right? They start getting a little money. That's what he said. Now you use the CPN to get into IRAs. Then you try to act like hold on. Stop me. Yeah, if I cook it to what? See what cook it was. Just saying, look, the niggas don't hate us, bro. Niggas don't hate us. But if you got money, you can try to put your people in. And they ain't really on the same level as Nick said, why is Nick saying
Think.
Wiz is so why is the universe saying Wiz is
kidding me? Fuck! I was almost there. Oh, what? She came up. What the hell just happened? She revived everybody. Damn. Damn, son. He is right there. I just kept running, man. I didn't know she had that. I just kept. She could have just revived herself, man. Why didn't she revive herself when we was down? Why she didn't revive herself when all of us was down, man? And when both of them was down. Oh. Yeah, that same sword. That's all I need. Oh shoot, go. Finish him off, man. Finish him off. Just finish him off. All that shooting, shoot him. Finish him off. Go big, go big, go big, go big, go big. He got him, he got him. Everybody want to come to the planes. Oh shucks, yo. We don't have to come to the planes. It's the guys, the beekeepers. One more time. What? That's crazy. You tell me. Make that. How can he see? Oh, you can see me now. Oh, see? What the f? He got my stuff too, bro. Yo, just walk past all of them. Got my thing. Okay, well, I definitely don't like this. Shoot. Oh, I fell. You have got to be kidding me. I really have to. Benji. Benjamin. Oh, cool. shut. Nope. There's a third. We have no guy. I'm not do that. You definitely got that push.
So I'll tell you, I like watching Souls games, but I don't play them myself. Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN was supposed to be that Souls game to bridge your enjoyment of Elden Ring and push your friends to try it out. But From Software made a terrible mistake. They assumed I had friends. NIGHTREIGN is easily the most ambitious Souls game ever made. It's a 3-player co-op roguelike rush to prep for a final team fight odyssey. That's also a complete asset of Elden Ring for a very specific type of Souls player. A studio that has never made a roguelike before. They team at From Software. Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN is also the most ambitious Souls game ever made. It's very safe reasons, and it plays everything so safe that it stays within just Elden Ring, leaving fans to call it one big mod. Another reason for it not feeling as ambitious is because, like so many other games in 2025, it combines genres that the developer has never done before. It's collecting the roguelike, battle royale, co-op action-adventure, story game, those sorts of tags, like playing Infinity Stones in a corporate Thanos modeling. How many games have you seen that are just a bunch of tags slapped together? This has led to the community becoming so divided that this game now sits at mixed reviews on Steam at the time of this video. And not only am I here to talk to you about all of this, so you can make a judgment of whether the hate is justified or not, but also why I think it's at this point in the Big 25, games are reviewed based on perception. Perception being that if your game looks cool, has a bunch of players playing it, and those damn Steam charts are out there, game doesn't have a certain amount of criteria of people playing based on the genre that it's in. There is just so many options out there. Perception is not known for a game like NIGHTREIGN, because right now, there's a lot of people playing this game, and even Steam charts have this to back it up. Yet, you'll find a ton of people saying it's not what they thought it was going to be. It's a game that just feels really unpleasant, and it doesn't feel like something from something. It's backed up by the but this would have been like a UFC. It feels like a community moment. Folks like folks on NIGHTREIGN and comments saying it's very tough with friends and way more challenging than I thought it would be. But I can see how much it is such a random people online communication. It's just way more fun to play with your team this game than the way planned things. And another review that says NIGHTREIGN is a mediocre experience that I can totally recommend you. Like, why the hell the name this game was in Elden Ring? And they were just really excited for a couple after these shared triumphs, I have a hard time going back to doing it alone. In another review on Steam that said, if the idea of Risk of Rain, but in Elden Ring strikes you as absolutely deranged, except for From Software, I think you're right, because it absolutely is. It works, and it works really, really well. Also, I know this is random, but I just have heard that Microsoft is now internationally in the EU, UK, and the AU, so there's no international shipping fees. You guys can use code Evan at checkout to get a fat discount on some new and exclusives to your region, along with anything else you're interested in picking up. I know this is
right there, bro.
My community with them. These reviews and these mixed receptions have led to so many just curious rather than upset about Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN's launch. And I'll be the first to admit that if the studio were being known for being greedy or making bad games, I'll be way more excited to talk about the negatives rather than the positives. However, in NIGHTREIGN's case, the opposite is true. When it comes to studios like From Software, studios that make great games without bad business practices, they'll always get a little bit of extra wiggle room for myself and the overall community. With NIGHTREIGN's launch, however, it feels like a personally. On one hand, you have players really angry at the game's lack of new features for a $40 price tag, while also talking about it being a mod, and the fact that for myself and many others who played the single co-op mod of base Elden Ring, it feels irresistible for that experience. But on the other hand, a $40 price tag doesn't sound so bad now that games are $80, and NIGHTREIGN can be a really fun time if you play it the way that I believe the developers intended for it. See, right there, that is the number one complaint I've seen since the release. It's not the price tag, it's not the DLC feel, it's the fact that NIGHTREIGN is a great game if you experience it in a specific way, while Elden Ring base game and its DLC was a great experience if you played it in any way that you wanted. What I mean by that is that this version of Elden Ring is at its best when you're following the path with two other friends in a voice channel with a route that you take. Your build and your choice to play in a focus, and it doesn't encourage you straight path up. That's it. Base game, every build can work on every boss, and although some were a bit more annoying, I never felt like I had to follow a set path to progress. The community's number one complaint has everything to do with that. It's the lack of solo play or duo play. And it's not just because the game isn't fully solo. It's actually because the game doesn't offer any way to communicate with random. There's no maybe you can strategize and keep things like how to make that brings everyone close to one spot, and it curates that experience so everybody has to make it in. Is like crap to run through the map with a planned route and beat down the bosses, get everything that you need to go, fight the bosses, and have good synergy. My favorite parts was building the position with my favorite characters being Iron Eye and Bruce, only because I never used magic and I never used bows in base Elden Ring. Small bosses to grab any weapons, curated bosses to fight, then a challenge after the night one boss, just to prep for our final fight. Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN can be summed up as one giant speedrun and randomizer when it's done its best. And it's definitely a different experience than Elden Ring was so sweet. Even though seamless co-op does kind of feel like the same. With that being said, I get that. Big game is being sweet. want to brace on these final losses, I personally feel like they're way more intimidating than they actually are. Maybe I'm used to playing so much faithful team, so I'm not used to jumping around different people so often. So that my criticism and telling me efforts. Either way, I want this game to just happen. And at a base level, I think it's a great game. Our first shot at it, phase of the race. This information out there on the game, because if you saw Elden Ring with number and opposites of DLC heresy, you'd be wrong. In an interview with The Guardian, Miyazaki Miyazaki, yes, game was making everyone was questioning game and this is Samurai NIGHTREIGN. Legends and scales, everything has to be game failure is operated as much as I think it was in the past. Software has its own way of measuring criticisms. In that most of our projects have worked on this finance business perspective, we're not developing everything on any single. At the same time, we have to find a way to project a failure, whether it's software and scope or scale. I think that's one of the main challenges of the game. If you understand and identify failure, be found how critical. At the end of the day, this is a younger team and it's supposed to be. If my first shot at a game from the studio that failure isn't as tolerated, the pressure must have been so incredibly high. Like I said before, I find myself more willing to give slack to studios who have made great
Oh, this, bro.
Alô, alô,
Alô, Pericão.
Oh, there's 16.
Oh.
Let's see, 120, bro. Son. This guy is the only guy could probably be pushed. Other guy, get the other guy. I gotta get rid. I gotta stop getting that little ratchet. I see that face. Get out of there. Get out of there, Freeze. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Every time I do.
Nigga, man. What? This is crazy. Why would you fucking go to Ghana? So